Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Hello, everybody. It appears that I may have gotten hacked. So all my stuff was doing weird things. I had things going off. So luckily I am good. We are figured it out. I had a firewall or whatever it's called come in and fix it. So we're back. I was able to stop it. So forgive me for that, guys, but we're back. Let me get trial going again. And we are live. I'm going to share screen and get us live. I will go back and redo the front end again tonight. We will do a rewatch of the front end tonight.
Second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview.
Thank you, mods.
Kathleen Prince and Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down. So
Y'all use your bingo cards. Don't forget. There, we're back and going. Hey, 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 love. Just wanted to drop and say hi, Tash. Tash, it's been a day. It's been a day, but we're here. I need to let anybody who's a viewer going on, a content creator, or if y'all are floating around, somehow somebody hacked in. And I had no control, so I had to dump the live because I had no control.
Oh,
You are a sweetheart. Yes. Haley, get a hold of Ronnie.
Yes.
Please, she was trying to get a hold of you.
February 1st.
In Discord.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
So that's what Miss O'Keefe is going to testify to, y'all. I couldn't figure it out. Why would they get Miss O'Keefe? Well, she's going to testify to that timeline, and then she's going to testify probably what happened at the house and at the hospital. Okay, the picture is starting to be painted, and I'm getting it.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this.
Yep.
You know, okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going over the event with someone else, correct?
Yep.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Ms. McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview.
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. But it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane.
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. Yet a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over. Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave
Yep.
official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends
Correct.
because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're going
I
to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple of days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs. If you don't mind.
Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm in a rush. So, may I?
Yes.
Take this back?
Thank you, guys. I needed to have a little comfort break. Too much coffee this morning. Hello,
Feel free to stand
Dawn.
up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you very much for sharing that.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I
Okay.
proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes,
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
yes,
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
no,
You've never said that.
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I
got
do
that
not
date
know.
Right? Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022.
Yeah, there is.
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes,
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
yes,
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but penalty of perjury. Is that right?
yep.
That's what I needed. Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
I do have my glasses back and I love them. I could see. Said to put a cat. Now I need to start beating again. I haven't been beating. But I was like, I could see. I could see. Y'all, I'm grateful to have cheater glasses, but it stinks when you need bifocals or trifocals and they don't work well. Cheaters don't work as well as you would want. Yes, get yourself some Hitchman Homestead coffee. They're our sponsor and they're amazing and we love them.
And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes,
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
yes,
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
yes,
Meaning what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
yes,
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct?
I
That's
don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just the portion at the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep, I say I think, so I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay,
Does that refresh your recollection?
yes,
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
yes,
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
yes,
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote. Remember being asked that question?
No,
May I approach you? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. If you're willing to look at lines 16 through 18.
Ronnie, go to Discord, please.
okay,
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
yes,
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia, correct?
Mhm.
I'm sorry?
yes,
Has long to die in the cold.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event.
Yes, it is.
You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time, it was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
yep. I
The
thought it
loca-
was about that time. I
the
wasn't sure.
location,
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Rob?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you, it was Jen, it was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes,
You're so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
yes,
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
yes,
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
correct.
You'll agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that. In
The
the,
answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand
Okay, come on, dude.
correct? Obviously.
You're stepping away.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms. Roberts,
cruiser.
The timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, I'm sorry, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Interesting, said the Putty Cat. I'm being quiet so y'all can hear. Well, I love how Karen Reed is so involved with her trial. Karen Reed knows this trial inside and out, just like the attorneys do. Oh, sorry, my bad. I was trying to embiggen the closed captioning. Yes, they did. They all met together to get the timeline all worked out, which to me is strange. And they're saying that his mother, John O'Keefe's mother, told them that they needed to get the timeline together. Why do I not have sound? Okay, let me back that up. Okay, now she's reading what he asked her to read. So I find that interesting. And she is going to be, the mother is going to come on in a minute. She's the next witness. So Mrs. O'Keefe is the next witness, y'all.
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law
Yes.
enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think she is. I think that time can not heal the wounds, but you
When you
can.
spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying
Hold on, I'm going to
to
start adding swoops
them
here.
in
I'm
any
going to be
way?
in trouble.
No,
Were you trying to
Watch the form of your questions.
mislead them in any way?
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
yes,
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19. And I ask you to look at page 83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No,
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
I'll allow that.
no,
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with at one point?
yes.
When you chose the words at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement
Yes,
by me? Did I ask you that question?
no,
Did you personally hear that statement?
no,
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No,
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
no,
I'll allow that.
no.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes,
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people,
Why?
because it
Traumatic.
helps me get through. And it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the
Yes.
O'Keefes. You still friends with them?
Yes,
Do you ever discuss what happened?
yes,
At least she's truthful on it.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
yes.
Was there a warrant?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
I'm going to strike that.
Assumption.
The answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes,
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
With
Sustained.
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a ring camera.
Spill the truth,
Ring camera was
man.
that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the ring camera?
Because we knew the ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No,
Were you ever told where he was left?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
no,
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
no,
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
no.
When you were being when you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No,
Were the interviews all the same or different?
they were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning. At
Yep.
5 o'clock.
We
Yes.
have a Freudian slip.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No,
Was she a party to the calls?
no,
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
I'll allow that.
no,
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying,
Is it
Sorry.
your independent memory?
yes.
Mm,
How well do you remember it?
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, John's dead, Carrie, and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was
look
there
at
any
her
other-
body language. Her head is doing this. That to me shows that she's struggling.
on the line other than you and her?
No,
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
yes. She said, John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself.
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No,
or exaggerate?
no.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No,
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes,
No. No.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house.
yes,
Had you seen that video before today?
yes,
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When
You
I
take
took
any-
off, we took off our shoes
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
Yeah, she said that last time.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no,
You and
they
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
Let's see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes,
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
she did not
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off. And she had
That
already
is
gone in
true,
the house.
Elena. Been there, done that too many times. I agree 100%.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No,
Did you volunteer to be part of this
yes,
after the call?
yes,
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
yes,
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No,
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
no,
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay. Okay.
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
I'm muted because I'm getting one of these out and it's noisy. These are fabulous. If you've got an upset stomach or you want like a broth or want something real light and warm to drink, yes, they painted the ceiling because there were spots over there by that fire alarm last time. But anyway, these I'm not sponsored, would love to be. They come in like onion, tomato, basil,
This is-
oriental flavor. I mean, they're really good. Really, really good. And they're good if you just want something light. Wah,
All right,
wah.
go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes,
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Sustained.
No further
I
questions.
like being
Okay,
sweet.
so recross.
It's not like a child.
Just a few minutes ago,
Oh, come on. You've never seen me yet.
did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? You said no.
Correct.
You didn't sleep well last night.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard,
Right.
correct?
I misunderstood the
And
question.
you misunderstood that question?
Yes,
What
I
did you
did.
misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's
I
what your
think the word
testimony
was
is now?
heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer,
Yes,
correct?
to a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically,
Technically?
yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them.
Oh, she's snapping on
Thank you,
him.
Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it,
And yet under oath.
but I
you-
knew it happened at that
And yet
time.
under oath, you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that
That-
a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
Okay, whoa, wait a minute. This is witness number 2 that they are finding inconsistencies and they're going, oh, I misunderstood her. That's not what I meant. Come
And-
on now.
Intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
Woo!
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I ask one more question?
We need to take a break, honey boo.
That quote, you said.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Hypothermia and how long
Get on the mic.
What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry.
Did the judge just end it or did he? She's like, bitch, please, I'm out of here. Oh my gosh. That is horrible. Ooh, I wonder what's going to happen when she leaves the room. Something's going to happen. Oh, yep, there's
Yeah.
going to be an objection.
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3. please.
Oh, so what he's doing is he's going to start playing these clips between each freaking what is it called, witness. He is going to set things up in order to why are you using these videos this way? I don't understand it. I don't like the way he's doing this. So he's using these as an in-between. Or is he going to ask questions about them or is he just showing them?
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Are you going to ask questions on it or are
Right,
you just playing it?
Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see you at 10 seconds. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Oh, Lordy have mercy. Don't get why he's allowed to keep adding these without any when entering them into evidence. I agree with you on that. And then the other thing is you play it and then you're not really talking about it. You're just playing it. Really? I knew I was forgetting something. I didn't have my witness list up. O'Keefe. Is Margaret O'Keefe, that is the mother, correct? I believe that is the mother. That would be 3. There's no context or reasoning. He just gets to play them. That is what I'm struggling with. Why does he get to just play them? He gets to just play them and do whatever he wants. And why is my ears testing, testing, testing? I'm going to take off the hearing aid. It's too crazy. It's like, oh, by the way, Karen said this. That is so correct, Ronnie. I agree. Yes, known as Peggy. So I was just wondering how I should label her because I'm getting ready to create her banner. Parentheses, Peggy. O'Keefe. I'm just getting her little banner made. She's going to be the next witness, guys. But y'all, that got a little testy. Aaron, John, Margaret, wunderbar. I got my drink. I got everything. I am going crazy. Oh, got to get my papers together. Something right on. Also known as Peggy. So has anyone noticed if John Sr.'s in court today supporting Peggy? I would hope he would be, but I don't know. Me no knows. And she's for the Commonwealth. Okay, my notes are ready. Everybody's ready. The court is on a short break, which doesn't surprise me. They're always taking breaks. Has anyone? Yes. We can always zoom back and see.
At that time.
Let's see. No, he is not there. Not there at that time. So I have not seen him. I don't think he's there. I can hear my son talking through these hearing aids. It's been a day, y'all. It really has. You leaving? Oh, thank you, baby. My honey's so on it. He just getting up and shutting the door. Um, y'all, the broth, look at that. That is tomato broth. Oh my gosh. Y'all, that's my favorite. The tomato broth is my favorite. Okay, now I'm going to go buy a bunch more of that. Because sometimes I like to do a fast when my do a liquid, just do liquids. No, he's not ill. He does not like being in the courtroom. He did this the last time, Haley Mouse. Um, he doesn't look well, but he did this the last time, which is not uncommon for him to do. So we got my witness list up and I got her marked. We got everything up and going ready for her. Okay. Apologies again on having to restart the live. Crap, it happens. You just got to do what you got to do. Notifications. Thank you, everybody who's watching me on X, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. 7 minutes ago, it's poetic fashion that Carrie Roberts' testimony ends with Beverly Cannoni calling her Jennifer McCabe, which she basically is. That's by Aidan Carney. The timeline had how long to die in cold in it. Why would that Google search be important for a timeline of what happened to JOK? That's a good point. That was 30 minutes ago, 32 minutes ago. Carrie Roberts admits that she did lie in the grand jury that indicted Karen Reed for Redrum when she said that Karen Reed told Jim McCabe to Google how long to die in cold. She refused to admit that this false statement was influenced by Jennifer McCabe, who told her that Karen said this. Booyah. Bedro Law. Okay. That was Aidan Kearney. Okay. Also, here's this. Being interviewed by the police about the event that led up to the unaliving of her lifelong friend and Carrie Roberts chose to cancel that Karen said, chose to conceal that Karen said, did I hit him? And had a broken taillight, parentheses, that she lied about seeing before she went into the house because I didn't want to accuse. So this witness, okay, guys, I want to ask y'all a question. What do you think about this witness? Do you think this witness was a good witness for the defense or the prosecution? Maybe he's on the witness. No, he did this the same time, Honey Boo. He is, the family is allowed, including him, to be in the courtroom, per agreement for both sides. And of course, it doesn't matter. Judge Cannoni ordered it, even though they are testifying. And I don't think he didn't get on the stand last time. I don't remember him getting on the stand. My gosh, this is so good. I can use this for bases for soups. Man, that's good. I find this an interesting question. Did she, Jennifer McCabe, influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning? Karen Reed, no. Go figure, y'all. So, oh, by the way, let's do the bingo card check. I haven't done mine. I don't have my bingo card up and running.
You are unmuted.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic.
He doesn't like this at all. Look at him.
Out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Do you have a straight line anywhere? Do you have a bingo? Put bingo if you got a bingo. You need to put bingo because I got to set that up.
Rather than calling your next witness, it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here?
No.
We'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please.
What?
Jurors, close your books. Put them on your chairs and follow me.
No. I'm sorry. You're right. My bad. My bad. Come on. There we go. You won't believe what just happened. You won't believe what just happened. Okay. Y'all will not believe what just freaking happened. Here we go.
When my car was seized,
Huh?
there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that
You're going to go get food?
out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness, it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why
Honor.
don't we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books. Put them on your chairs and follow me.
Okay. So I have some things for us at lunch to watch. Sorry about that, guys. There's so much going on behind the scenes today. Lunchtime. Yes, but guess what, guys? I'm trying to get it up. Give me a second. Some of you may have seen this, some of you may have not, but we have the interview of the jurors. Oh, wait. This is the interview of the jurors. 2 of the jurors in the Lori Daybell trial. And I loved this interview. It really gave a lot of good insight. And I think we were correct, a lot of us, on what we were assuming. And I really love that validation.
If you have been following the case,
Why did you do that?
Walking out now, knowing, I mean, I think you're knowing how high profile this case was. What's going through your head?
Sadness. It's sad. Whoops, I'm sorry. It's just sad that, this has happened to Charles and she's given up her life as well. It's sad.
What did you think of her defending herself? Anything that went through the jury's head with that?
Well, for me personally, I thought, what does she have to lose? Guilty or not guilty, what does she have to lose? So,
were any of you folks aware that this woman had already
I had never been
convicted
hurt.
of
I have never
3
heard of her.
homicides?
Yeah, no, I
And the
never
jurors
heard of
did
her
not know
before.
that.
No, I did not.
And
I don't
nobody
think
brought it.
you
And
didn't
ma'am, would
know.
you want to come in and talk too? Do you want to say anything?
Just,
Yeah, what was
because
your
there's a lot of backstory here, and this woman had already been convicted of 3 homicides. And they obviously didn't want you folks to know that. Nobody knew that during your deliberations,
No.
is that correct?
Correct.
Well,
What was this experience like for you? It was sad, like as he said. For me, it was the text messages that did it. as far as evidence. And I feel like we uncovered some lies.
Do you
So
think she,
Knowing now that she was convicted of killing her 2 children in Idaho.
I haven't had a chance to Google everything. I'm sure as soon as we get on the shuttle. So might have more to say later.
Was that difficult going through this and
Yes,
not being able
it
to be
was.
disconnected?
Yeah.
what
It
do you,
just
do you
felt
think
like there was a lot of information that didn't make sense and that was missing.
do you think she did herself any favors by
No.
defending herself?
No,
You were not impressed with her lawyering skills.
no.
What did you think of her behavior during cross-examination? The way that at one moments she was argumentative with some of the witnesses.
I mean, many days she just was like smiling and laughing and didn't seem to take anything very seriously.
Were you hoping
to hear her
how much of
defense?
that did that play into a factor in the decision?
It did.
Were you hoping to hear her testify? Were you hoping
Yes,
to hear
I
her
was.
witnesses?
I was.
And what about you?
I didn't understand why she didn't call any witnesses.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. I don't
Did-
get
Or
that.
why she didn't have like, I know she made a statement about the only family that was interviewed was her estranged brother, and why wasn't her parents or her sister? But yet she didn't call them.
Did
So
I mean, in saying that, she is not obligated.
Okay, Haley Mouse.
exactly.
Thank you,
Yeah.
June.
And you gave her that benefit of the doubt. She would recognize she didn't have to put on the defense.
She knew.
Right,
yeah,
right.
absolutely, she knew.
Was the fact that she didn't put up a defense or take the stand in her own defense part of your deliberation at all?
Did it
It was
affect
all evidence. It was all evidence that was produced
Yeah.
and presented to us.
Sorry if this was asked. What would you say the biggest piece of evidence for you guys as a jury was when you came to the decision?
Well, for me, like her, it was text.
the
Texts
text
were damning.
history?
What,
Texas.
what
Can you
specifically
tell us
about the
which one?
text?
Oh, there were so
I don't know
many.
if I can do that. Yeah, there was.
I
well,
mean,
there
we
was
had
2 of them for
pages.
me that really stood out.
Which ones? Which ones?
The Nephi.
Yeah, that was one of them. Soon you will be Nephi, and so will I. So that was one of them. But I don't know if I should say anything more.
We heard so much about dark spirits and religion and how this all plays into it. I mean, as a jury, what's going through your head when you start hearing that in court?
A lot.
For me, that didn't really play a big role because you have to have evidence of conspiracy, and that is not evidence of conspiracy to me.
Was it-
somebody?
Was it unusual for you guys to? I mean, you're talking about her brother Alex, the guy who actually did that was the triggerman. So many players were referenced in this trial, and you never saw them, and never heard
Correct.
from them. That had to be confusing when
It
you
was
guys got
very
back in the jury room. Yeah.
Yeah. It was very confusing.
What did how
It
did
just
what,
felt like there was so much of the story that was missing.
Did she have any valid arguments?
I can understand that.
You think maybe she's not guilty?
Do you want to answer? I can't think of any.
You know, honestly, up until yesterday, I would have said not guilty. But when the prosecutor, I don't know, what do they call that? When they give their
Closing argument?
Yeah, the closing
Connected
argument.
the
That's
dots.
really there's a few things she said in there.
Everything just
When
fit.
I looked them up today. I was like, oh yeah, that's bad.
and you were still on the fence yesterday.
I was yesterday.
Give us a sense of what it was like to be in that jury room. Was there any a point that someone was disagreeing, saying that maybe she is not guilty? Or were you guys
There's
all-
a couple.
And what was that like? Walk us through that.
It's
You
just
were-
a matter of adults working things out, going through all the evidence and figuring out, what we thought, what we were going to come to an agreement with.
To learn now that everyone that was in that house that day, minus Daybell, is all not with us anymore, is dead or has been killed. I mean, what is that like to hear as jurors walking out?
Sad. Like I kept wanting to hear from Tylee.
I was going to ask, is anybody wondering why Tylee wasn't testifying?
Yes.
You were.
Did you ever ask the judge why aren't they here?
No. And the one witness that really got to me was hearing Kay. I was holding back my emotions.
One of the biggest factors in your decision today?
One of the biggest factors was probably when we were sitting there, whenever they would ask a question about the Mormon stuff and all that, she would just kind of look at us and smile and smirk. So it kind of gave it away for a lot of it.
That's creepy. We couldn't see that because we saw the back of her head most of the time. But y'all, that's freaking creepy.
Just kind of didn't really care.
What were those conversations like in the jury room? I mean, going back and forth when everyone was deliberating. Can you kind of put us inside that room with you?
Let's see. It was kind of, so a lot of us already knew. A couple of us just needed the extra, we need to re-look back through the evidence, the text messages and all that. So it was a little bit of back and forth, but all of us were pretty sure we already knew what we wanted.
Was there one piece of evidence that really convinced you she was guilty?
Probably when she said that he was Ned before they got rid of him. That was probably the part where we were like, okay.
Okay, do y'all remember that we kind of said that that might be a contributing factor in the jury's deliberations because she said that she got rid of Ned. And I was hoping and praying that the jury caught on to that. And I'm glad they did.
That's real.
Did you ever wonder why Tylee wasn't testifying as a witness?
Yes. We didn't really have much to say about it though because we didn't really know anything, why she didn't, stuff like that.
And do you understand now that every other witness that was there that day is now dead?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
At the end when we first were walking out. Everyone was talking about it and we got told to look up her previous
Google it.
so that we were aware.
Google.
This woman's been convicted of 3 homicides. You guys didn't know that.
We did not.
None of you guys knew that.
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
And then hearing all the missing pieces in the trial, the people who didn't testify. There were a lot of holes when you went into the jury room.
Yeah.
Were not explained to you.
Yes.
Must have made it far more difficult.
It did, which is why we went back through everything just to make sure we didn't miss anything, to make sure that we were 100% on what we were choosing to do.
Was there anything that made you think she might not be guilty?
No.
When you went back to the deliberation room, were there any jurors that were uncertain and some that were certain? Where did you start? What was the foundation for deliberations?
I think probably 10 out of 12 of us were certain. The other 2, we helped them go back to what they needed to learn to kind of make up their mind. And then, we just kind of went from there.
Did you guys look at any additional evidence once you were back there? Because I know that not all of the evidence was presented in court, and they said there was additional. Lori asked you to watch the entire interview, for example, and
Yes.
Trina K invited you to do the same. Did you guys do any of that?
That was actually one of the first things we did because what we saw.
Kind of glad they did that. I'm really glad that they decided to do that because number one, she challenged the hell out of them to do it. It was like, I dare you, double dog dare you. But I think it was vitally important that they went back and watched it because they needed to see the full context.
Saw was only clippets, and going back through it, it was actually kind of the whole interview that was like that. She asked us to watch the whole thing, but the whole thing was pretty much those clippets, other than her laughing, smiling about. She was kind of just at peace, like she was just sitting there. Her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on. Just her legs were crossed, like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. Didn't think it was really fair. Was that something that affected you guys? Her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about. You'd expect to be sad, asking how your brother's doing since he was the one that got injured during it too. She didn't do any of that. She already knew it happened and she just went with it like that.
Did you want her to testify?
I guess I don't know. Yes, seeing Charles's sister's reaction when they did say she pled guilty was really relieving. It made all of us feel really good that they got justice.
Can we get your first and last name?
Natasha Smith,
Natasha Smith.
also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker.
Yes.
Can you spell that?
TASS, and then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Do you plan to go watch a bunch of stuff about this case now, or?
Yes, I believe we're told that there's a Netflix documentary, and you can basically just Google it. Everything will pop up. So that's probably what I'm gonna do when I get home.
You're gonna die.
Yeah.
And you really didn't know anything about this case coming on as a juror?
No, and I told my grandma that I got requested for jury, and she asked if I know anything about it. I told her the name, and her jaw dropped. Like I was supposed to know who she was. Like she thought it was insane that I didn't know what was happening. But I just moved here 2 years ago as of March, so I didn't really know anything to begin with. But my grandma did, and she thought I was just crazy for not knowing.
Where'd you live previously?
Minnesota.
And so your grandmother was able to keep a tight lip on things?
She did, yes, she did.
Fun discussion with
Yeah,
her tonight.
yeah, and I actually see her tonight too, because my mom just flew in from Minnesota, so I'm gonna
Watch
go
the-
see them after this, and we're probably gonna watch everything.
I have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her grandma knew all about it. Oh my God. Oh my God. So the grandma was definitely in on this. And I got to give grandma. You get kudos, grandma, for not sharing. Yeah, it's amazing that someone who'd only been living in Arizona for a couple of years was found. Yeah, and that's the truth. The same thing happened in Laura's Idaho trial. Oh, you mean Lori's Idaho trial? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I just thought we might want to see that, as my friend would say. For those of you who may or may not be following what's going on at the Vatican, the Pope is lying in state at the Vatican. Begins a 3-day public mourning, and then on Saturday will be the funeral services. Don't know what I'm doing Saturday, but Sunday I'll be going to Austin. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to going to Austin on Sunday. Get to meet some more of my Honeyboo's families, and I'm excited about that. I really am. That's going to be awesome. The author who worked on the Chad Daybell says he's been deceived and needs to do the right thing. That was 4 years ago. I'm just looking for things that we can do during the lunch break. 25 years of the Texas worst prisons. No, thank you. But what am I going for? I am looking for Houston. You're getting a lot of rain. Ronnie, how was your rain last night? We got hammered and yes, Joe Morales trial. Some of you wanted to know about that. The verdict was reached, and the jury has reached a verdict in the trial of Jose Morales. A man who's accused of unaliving his girlfriend, the mother of his missing daughter, in her Estonia home in December. Why don't we watch this? Because I know a couple of you had asked me about that. So we'll watch this part of the verdict just to.
Madam Clerk. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your name is called, please answer here
Did they already give the verdict?
Of
The Honorable Judge Murphy presiding. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Court has received a note that has been marked as an exhibit. It indicates that the jury has a verdict and they're ready to put that verdict on the record. Counsel, is there anything that needs to be addressed before I call the jury in?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Okay, if counsel would just please state their appearances for purposes of today's proceedings.
Oh my gosh, June, that is one way to do it. That's a good point. Pull a bunch of military people just coming off a boat. I don't know what the brain case is. Were you selected, June?
Howard Sign, Supervisory Assistant State's Attorney, Your Honor.
Mark Durso, Senior Assistant State's Attorney, Your Honor. Edward Davin from Mr. Morales, who's seated to my left, Your Honor.
All right, court will note that Mr. Morales is present. Before I bring the jury in, I just make an inquiry of this date for purposes of the record. Have the decedent's family been notified of the fact that we believe there is a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor, and thank you for the time. They were all present here in the court.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, please bring in our jury.
So question before, while we're doing this, I want you to think about something. Did Jackson go too hard on Roberts on the recross? Do you think he pushed too much? Yeah, I got pounded both nights. Some people are saying that literally everything that Carrie Roberts believed happened was told to her by Jennifer McCabe. She was easily manipulated. That's interesting.
Counsel, please stipulate to the return and presence of all jurors.
Stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Stipulated, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At this point in time, I would ask that you please pay your attention to Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your name is called, please answer here.
There you go. Sorry about that, June. I don't know. Maybe you did want to. I have no idea. Oh, yeah. I wanted to talk about that. Okay, come on.
May be seated. Mr. Foreperson, in the case of State of Connecticut v. Jose Morales, docket number AAN CR 20-0186660T, has the jury unanimously agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
In docket number AAN CR 20-0186660T, in the first count of the amended information charging the defendant Jose Morales with crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A of the Connecticut General Statutes, how do you find the defendant as to the crime of murder?
Guilty.
So there you go. He was found guilty.
AAN CR 20-0186660T, in the second count of the amended information charging the defendant Jose Morales with the crime of tampering with physical evidence in violation of section 53A-155 of the Connecticut General Statutes, how do you find the defendant as to the crime of tampering with physical evidence? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Your Honor, may the verdict be accepted and recorded.
Court will order the verdict accepted and recorded. Madam Clerk.
Will all members of the jury please rise with the foreperson and listen to your verdict as it is accepted?
So, okay. So they found him guilty. No, I did not want to be on a jury. It was the Betty Broderick. Oh, whoa, okay. Yeah. By the way, this is another comment about the trial. They're going to be back soon. Hank Brennan just single-handedly discredited the Commonwealth star witnesser Jenna McCabe with the dash cam video showing Karen Reed being placed in cruiser at 34 Fairview Road at 6:26 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Google searches includes so done reportedly at that time. That is a good point. Karen Reed saying, "My boyfriend, I left him. He never came home. Isolated and cleaned up." Okay. So, wow. Yo, that's interesting. Is blinking his new signal for glazed donuts? Dude is blinking 10 times. Oh, they're talking about O'Keefe's brother was sitting in court while testimony was happening today, and he was acting very weird. He's blinking. He was literally blinking like that and taking things orally. He took some kind of medicine or something. Was this the CW witness? The only day, number one. Okay, so that's interesting. Very, 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 very interesting. I'm just seeing what other people do, and I'm just talking about it. Roberts keeps saying testimony from the first trial. I think that's why the judge stopped them. The jury's mind will absolutely start to wonder about things that aren't relevant in the trial, and this is dangerous. This is from Lawyer You Know. I kind of wondered about that, and I think we talked about that. How much of the first trial are they allowed to talk about? What are they allowed to talk about? Are they allowed to talk about the first trial, and if so, how much? If so, how much? I'm looking. Okay. I'm getting notifications like crazy. What's going on, y'all? So, the Karen Reed trial is slotted to go. No, I don't want that, but we'll do it from here. We'll show this. The Karen Reed trial is slotted for 6 to 8 weeks. Do you believe it's going to go that long? Or do you think it's going to be shorter than that? There we go. I did not want to be on the jury. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to keep y'all updated on X and what's going on there. Federal law. Being interviewed by police about the events that led to the death of her long-lived friend, Carrie Roberts, close to conceal. We already read that. See what everybody else is posting. So what do y'all think about the judge calling her Jennifer McCabe? Carrie Roberts, that's interesting. Okay, we need to know on the bingo cards. Let me get my bingo card up. I don't know where it went. I have too much going on up here, y'all. Please forgive me. I shared. Yes. Oh gosh, yes. Thank you so much. I have an I shared, I have I liked, and we have bingo. So I'm going to Discord. I don't know what happened to my bingo. It disappeared, y'all. That's up. Y'all help me. Oh, never mind. We were reading this. Okay, let's go to this. We were reading this morning when all this hell broke out. The argument. Okay, this here is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts defense opposing the Commonwealth's request to use of an independent readers. This is the background, and we were here. Independent readers are inappropriate way to convey electronic communication. Now, if you remember, the prosecution wants to use independent readers. The defense does not want them. So they are fighting over the independent readers over the text. I think it's going to go longer too. It went 13 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. Independent readers are inappropriate way to convey electronic text, such as text messaging is per se improper. Text messages are not verbal communication. They are written communication, which speaks for themselves. Theater or utilizing of multiple individuals to perform a text message conversation is not accurately reflecting of the text message conversation, even under the best circumstances, and put aside concerns regarding tone, tender, and timing. So they are fighting it. I am not going to read this entire document. So they are respectfully and giving it. There it is. Did the judge certificate of service? So Kanoni has still not even. She has not even once. I mean, we have so many things out there. We have so many motions still out there, do we not? There's the card. Okay. Let's go over the bingo card because I have no clue. I have no clue. So I'm going to share this page. We're going to go over the bingo card. Y'all need to tell me what I need to mark, what I don't need to mark. There we go. Come on, click it and share. Okay, here's my bingo card, y'all. Okay, did we say snowplow driver? Y'all need to help me. What on here is said? Kevin Albert, tow truck, drink, Ryan Higgins, no cleaning chief, leaf blower, drinks. Thank you so much, y'all, for sharing. Then you get you get 3 times, babe. Katie McLaughlin, John O'Keefe's clothing, no. John's vehicle, documentaries, yes. One Meadow Ave, I think that was mentioned. Look the other way, D&E Pizza, Brian Albert. So I only have 5. So what do y'all have for this one? This is bingo card number 3. Let's go see if I can find bingo card number 2. I guess I cannot. Picture. Okay, we'll get picture in there. Oh, we need now, guys. Member chat. That will help. Here's bingo card number 2. Okay, we're going to share this page on bingo card number 2. If you're playing bingo card number 2, let me get picture. Bingo card number 2. Emergency vehicle sirens. We heard that. Overruled. We heard that. I'll allow it. We heard that. Pin it on the girl. We didn't hear that. 2022. Did we hear that? I think we did. Sidebar. Blizzard. I think we heard that. If not, y'all need to tell me no to something. Look out the window, glass in hand, waterfall directions to 34 Fairview. I think she did talk about that. The flagpole. I don't know. Witness. Yes. Blob. Free space. Shot. Rehome. Alcohol level. Kent PD. Hear ye. Hear ye. We always hear that. Text message between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Evidence harassment. Massachusetts State Police and biased. So we have those, and I'm going to go back to number 1. So you guys can do multiple cards. Now this was my card yesterday. Come on, click down. Quit overtaking. This was my card yesterday. And it's still the same. It is still the same. June, thank you so much for these bingo cards. I greatly, greatly appreciate all your hard work. It is fun. It's fun. It's something fun to have and something to do. But we could keep playing these. Excuse me. We're going to keep playing these throughout the trial. Why is there a picture on my iPad? This thing came up with a cup of water and somebody with a praying mantis and this weird black crap coming out its butt. I don't know what that's about. Oh, thank you so much, June. Thank you so very much. We greatly appreciate it. Carrie Roberts help facilitates the removal and the destruction of the Ring security cameras at One Meadow Avenue. Get rid of, destroy the Ring cameras. Get rid of, destroy the cell phones. Get rid of, destroy the Sallyport cameras. Apparently, the victim's witness advocate Steve Nolan for the DA Michael Morrissey's office said it's okay to do it. Then the third party culprits are magically cleared of any suspicions or crime. Why was Carrie Roberts injecting herself to glean information from Jennifer McCabe and others from the DA's office? That is not gospel truth. That is someone's thought, point, and hypotheses. That is not a part of trial. Okay, not a part of trial. Oh. Oh, okay. My honey boo is getting us lunch. You know what, guys? I have to say, my honey boo, compared to my last person who I never called honey boo, I have to say is treating me so much better than I think I've ever been treated before in my life by a man. Thank you so much, honey boo. That means a lot to me. Yes, I did say possible on the other day. Soon, I hope. We're talking. Live communications. I'm going to
2 days with and without her attorneys. We asked for the interview and were somewhat surprised. She said yes. Reed tells me she withdrew to New Hampshire for 2 months after her first trial. She's been preparing for round 2 ever since.
I have nothing to hide. My life is in the balance, and it shouldn't be.
It is unusual for someone who's accused of murder to do this interview or others.
I've seen the more information the public has, the more they understand what we already know. Good to see you.
We first met Karen Reed at a hotel in the Seaport. She's logged 150 nights here since her legal fight began. It's the command center for her defense, and she is one of the commanders.
When we get new information, we just divide and conquer, and we can break it down really fast.
On the road, we drove by the financial services firm where she worked for 15 years before her arrest.
Little did I know, I'd reconnect with someone I had dated nearly 20 years earlier, and then he would be tragically killed, murdered, and I've been framed for it.
We appreciate you guys coming here. Reed's LA-based lawyer, Alan Jackson, joined her 3 years to the date of John O'Keefe's death. How much do you think about him?
I think about him in terms of his final days, his final weeks. I mean, we have his cell phone, which a cell phone to anyone is like a diary. The time that I spent with John, 2 years, it's now been 3 since he's gone. And I have very mixed feelings, you know, when I look back on John, because I see a lot of poor decisions that were all precursors to
I agree.
his death.
Poor decisions by whom?
By both of us. Just drinking, being around the wrong people is chief among them.
Reed admits drinking in the hours before O'Keefe was found unresponsive outside 34 Fairview Road.
All of them.
She just repeated the phrase over and over.
All of them were drinking. All of them were well above the legal limit, and they all drove home.
Again,
and all of them, other than her, were police.
I hit him.
Multiple first responders testified that Reed initially said herself she hit O'Keefe with her SUV. Reed says she only questioned if she could have hit him.
Yeah, I went through every possibility. He was near the road and he was dying. And I didn't think he was purposely put in that place. It did not cross my mind for several days that they they did this to John, that John was treated like a piece of garbage.
When Reed says they, she is referring to people who were gathered inside 34 Fairview. If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
What is the one thing in this case you believe proves your innocence?
John's body, no bruise, 6,000-pound full-size SUV, not a bruise on his body, not a fracture below his head.
If you were framed, who's calling the shots?
I don't know the interconnections, the interpersonal relationships among these people. I have a strong personal opinion that what has motivated this persecution of me is power.
I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
Reed says her initial thought of going through a second trial was a gut punch, but now she sees it as more time to prepare. She's talking now. Will she talk then?
I'm not afraid of taking the stand, and I'm clearly not afraid of speaking, but they're playing hardball. So we'll weigh the pros and cons, and we'll make another second game time decision.
Who would you rather face? Is it Adam Lally, who we saw in the first trial, or is it Hank Brennan?
I don't care who I face. I have the truth. I have the best attorneys. Do your worst.
One of the possible outcomes here could be
Careful
a
with
conviction.
that.
That could be prison time. How much have you thought about that?
I think about it every day, about prison time, and it doesn't frighten me the way it did 3 years ago.
Reed sold her Mansfield home in November to help pay her estimated $5 million in legal fees. She lives with her parents, who are a part of an inner circle that numbers about 10. Supporters have donated $750,000 to her defense fund, and she says people routinely pick up her meals.
I don't know the last time I've done anything but tip a waiter. And that generosity, that's all helping fuel this. It helps me spiritually, and it helps me financially.
She's well aware not everyone has her back. John O'Keefe's family is convinced she's a killer and have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against her. Do you feel the presence of the O'Keefe family behind you in court?
I honestly, I almost look through them. Paul sitting there doesn't impact me, it doesn't bother me. That's John's brother. They've attempted to send me messages, and as soon as I see the name comes up, I just delete it.
Online, Reed is bombarded by love and hate. Yes, she pays attention. This case has become your identity. Is that for the rest of your life? Or will one day you just want to put it all behind you?
I don't think I can, even if I wanted to, and I'm okay with that.
We asked the Norfolk DA's office if we could profile and interview Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan. That request was declined.
Of course
I'm Ted
it
Daniel
was.
For your local station, Boston 25 News.
Of course it would be declined. He doesn't want to talk, and he's smart. I question whether this was smart enough for them to have done for them to talk about it. But at the same time, I understand that bills need to be paid. So I don't know. I don't know. I am looking. Somebody sent me an email with a really good interview, and I can't allocate it. So I'm not going to be able to find it. I appreciate people sending things to me in emails, but sometimes the problem I have with emails is all the junk emails that come along with it, so you can't really separate it out. Makes it a little more difficult to find that said email. So if you want to send me anything, please do so in Discord. It's always better to reach out to me on Discord. And someone just did. And we're going here. I think I may have shown this once before. We'll see. I'm getting it up. Give me a minute.
You think that you stayed at a hotel since this legal saga
Thank you,
began?
Ronnie.
Since the legal saga began, well, trial was every bit of 10 weeks and then a week or so leading up to it. So that's 100 days, 90 plus days. And then every hearing, at least one day. And that's just not having a license and being out in the suburbs. Now I don't have my house anymore. So
That
I'm
sucks.
in transition of where I'm staying. So, and when Alan and Liza come in, and now Bob, and if it's one of our experts, time is of the essence. And I like to be involved in everything. So I certainly don't want my legal team convening, and I'm not there. You miss one day of this case on this legal team, and you're behind.
And this is so true. And she's so important in this case. She does a ton of work in this case. She puts in just as much, if not more time than a lot of the legal people for the attorneys. When they said $5 million, they're not talking about the lawyer fees. The lawyers have at least that much, if not more. And they have not billed her, and they're not going to charge her. So the lawyer fees are not a part of that estimate, which we just heard.
We just got a discovery dump today. This tends to happen right before hearing. We get discovery. I wonder if part of that is preempting us saying in court in an open forum that we're still waiting on this, this, and this. So then we get it, and then but we haven't had time to really distill it before we're back in court. But we just got a dump today. And it's nice because the lawyers are coming in, and we're kind of all combing through it. We'll sit down tonight and go through it. We'll have time again tomorrow to go through it. So staying with them helps foster this logistically.
During this time, when there is no trial, we see you in court once every 3 months. But what's going on when we're not seeing you? This is it, right?
This is it. I work on the case every day. From when I wake up, I'll take a few breaks. I'll have dinner with friends or with my family or both. But the hearing those are easy days. I mean, they're easy for me. I don't have to do anything, but it's all the days in between. We've gotten, now this is the second trial. So for any given witness, there's the initial police reports, or in some cases, no police reports. We've got the state grand jury.
Yeah.
Then we've had a federal grand jury, and now a trial, and then any interim police reports that involve some of these witnesses. So it's layers of statements, and the inconsistencies are just seemingly endless. So there's always work to do, and it's like finding a needle in a haystack, that the report may look at a first glance to read the same, but then you read it 2 or 3 times and it starts to sink in. You know, we were just looking at a police report, my father and I, a couple mornings ago, an early police report from January 29th by Michael Lank with the Canton PD. And I've read this so many times that I don't know if I've become desensitized to it, but he says to Matt McCabe when he goes into 34 Fairview, if John got in a fight the night before. And I always read that as
and that's documented?
That's documented in the Canton police report from that day, 3 years ago, nearly to the hour to right now. But now that I read it, I'm like, of
Hi,
course
Haiti.
he's being asked.
Thank you for
if
coming
he knew
back.
of John getting into a fisticuffs, because John looks like he was.
Right.
And those are things that I read in the moment when I was arrested and then arraigned on February 2nd. And I don't quite know the contours of what I'm dealing with. I first think that this is just mistaken. I was hysterical. I was drinking, and they just got the wrong person. And then piece by piece, it came together. Like they got the right person. I'm the wrong person, but for them, I was the right person. Now, 3 years later, looking at a police report that I got on February, actually, David came and brought it to the holding cell at the Stoughton District Courthouse on February 2nd, right before I was arraigned. You see something every time that you just can't see without repetition. Your eyes like preempt what you're gonna, what the next word is, what the next sentence, and it doesn't have the same meaning to you today on January 29th, 2025 that it did in 2022.
So are you going through all the police reports that you've looked at prior and all the statements?
Yeah,
You're going through everything again?
You got to go through everything again, because every time you get something new, it's not what is this on its face in my case. It's what's changed. What are they saying now versus what did they say 6 months ago, 12, 18 months ago? So you're always doing, I mean, I've got some things in a spreadsheet that's how my mind has always worked, but some things you just have to
Welcome
read. You got to go
back.
through the court minutes, go through the transcripts. But a police report today, you know, we'll read something. Liza and I were on the phone on the way up here, and it's, wait a minute, what did this witness say, or what did this responding officer say back on February 10th, 2022? Well, now he's saying this. So you've got to always compare and see what's changed.
Do you feel like you've gotten more astute doing this now for 3 years?
I feel I understand now how it's gonna, I understand better how it's gonna play in court. I think of things I was texting David constantly in the early days of this. I'd find something and I think, well, can't we go talk to this person? And they'll say it didn't happen that way. And now I know better how tough it is to get, especially in my case, how tough it is to get something admitted. Even going into trial with my seasoned attorneys, there were things we thought we could show, like an exhibit, for example, like one witness, Christina Hanley, the key part of her forensic report at the MSP lab, and she's just a scientist, a civilian, but the glass on the bumper that was photographed on the bumper does not match the cocktail glass, does not match the cocktail glass. So that means it's from another piece of glass. So that had to have been two breaking events. There's the glass that was found around John's body.
Okay, so that's a little interesting. We're going to pause here. The reason why, because we have court. We have court. We got the fan. They're coming back in, and we have court. Okay, I'm trying to minimize all this. I got so much stuff up and running. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. A lot. A lot. Yeah, don't worry. I ain't going to break out in opera. Okay. Welcome back, everybody who's gone for lunch and you came back in. Thank you so much for hopping back in. The proverbial Selenian, what was it? Ceiling Dion. Ceiling, like top of the ceiling, the roof, Dion. I just read comments and missed. You could have been on the Betty Broderick trial. What? That would have been one hell of a trial to serve on. Yeah, that would have been freaking cool to be on that trial. For those of you who don't know, Betty Broderick is an American woman who Redrum her ex-husband Daniel Ted Broderick November 5th of 1989. A long time ago, the year I graduated. As well as his new wife Linda. So she Redrum two people. Betty committed the Redrum as an act of revenge after Daniel left her and divorced her. At the second trial that began in December 11th, 91, she was convicted of two counts of second-degree Redrum, and her sentenced to 32 years to life in prison. The case received extensive social media attention. Several books were written on the case. TV movies were made and televised. Thank you for sharing, Jesse. Let's see where she is now. Marriage breakdown. This section of the biography of a living person needs additional citation for verification. Please okay, we're not going to go there. Redrum's trials, popular culture. She's still, yeah, she's not out. Oprah Winfrey did a big story on her. Surprise, surprise, 89. That's not surprising. All right, guys, we're back and we're already ready for they just called it. They just called a Y'all, do we want to Auntie Bev every time she does something stupid like a hard breathe or something? Just saying, just asking. I got to clean up my stuff, y'all. I got too much crap up. Virtual. So everybody's back in court. The mother is, I don't see her, but I don't see the father either, which is a little disconcerting to some people. To me, I really am questioning on whether or not he supports this. I find it very, very interesting. I do. I find it very interesting. Okay, I need to get rid of that. I have the 3 giveaways there. I have a giveaway.
All right.
here.
Thank you, jurors.
I have one here.
Thank you.
Hey, I'm just cleaning up, y'all.
All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Brennan.
Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
All right, we get to Miss Peggy O'Keefe. Okay, y'all. I am not going to say a negative word about this mama, unless she really does something stupid. But in general, I really hope that we keep the chat polite because this woman has gone through hell and back. And this is not a place that she chose to be. And she's going off of what everybody else has said. That is something that people don't understand. When you are in a situation where your family member has been a victim of a crime, I don't think he supports it either. He really had a good relationship with Karen Reed, really good relationship with her. So I'm questioning. I know, but there's some of her sides are like, that's what I'm talking about. Not that. Okay, mamas.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tissue ready?
Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53.
Wow.
Long enough?
Oh my God, I love her
How long have
personality.
you
I
lived
like her.
in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children? How long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
She's going to cry now.
My daughter Kristen had
Poor mamas.
a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. And she died in November of 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed from a heart attack. And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is
over there.
That was 2013, ma'am? Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as
Or what was going to happen with the children?
when she passed
Yes, ma'am.
and when he passed,
Yes, ma'am.
my son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister with the other 2 guardians. There's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
talking too soft. Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian? Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself. And then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
I agree.
Besides
that's
that,
what we
could
heard.
you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one when they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son.
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Y'all, this is super hard for her, but kudos. I love her spunk. Really like her spunk. Oh, what a good picture. Good picture. I like
Ms.
it.
O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh. I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took into a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please?
Oh, he's only 3.
How old was John
4
when
years
he
younger
passed?
than me.
45.
I agree.
My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know.
I wonder if we're going to get across.
I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
hmm
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She says, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital. So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. And I says, we can drive there. We both have four-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us. And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad. And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room.
That's
and they would
always a
bring us
bad
down
sign.
shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor. And as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead? And I just kept walking. And then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital. And I said, what is she doing here? And she said, oh, she's being psych evaluated. So then they brought us down to the room where my son was. He's bruised up. His eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay.
We'll put it there over here because it's on camera.
That's all.
Oh, okay, we're good. Thank you.
I'd like to go back if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
When Carrie Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, you just left him there? She said, yes, I just left him there.
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, I left him there.
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, no, I just left him there.
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open. And there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side. And that's when she saw me come in. And that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was she animated?
She's loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" Did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
And did you speak to Miss Reed herself?
No. No.
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was
And-
anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids.
Cool information, Elena. Thank you.
And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?" Which I never should have let them go up there. But at the time, I just couldn't think straight. And I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen. So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assume the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brennan can ask a better question.
Thank you. Could I lead a bit?
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bed.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before. And he just said, "I'll never see him again." Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
Okay. That morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
Nope.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
Nope.
Did you ever confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home?
I got to take a
that
comfort
morning?
break. I'll be right back.
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her that morning.
Did you see when she left?
Nope.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
Nope.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and me.
Where do the children live?
With me. In Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes.
You're their primary caretaker?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just a little. There you go.
Okay.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Thank you.
Right, so, court officer.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5. They're both on.
Can you explain?
Both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17. There's no objection to these?
Okay, guys, sorry. I had to go to the restroom. I couldn't wait. So they did not cross her.
All right, Mrs. O'Keefe, you're all set. Right,
So there was no cross of the mother. They should have talked to her about the timeline. I would have crossed her about that damn timeline. Okay, now we're going to get another video that's entered in with no questioning, no nothing. I really hate this. I'm really not happy with the videos.
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
The way he's presenting these videos, I don't think is fair. What do you think?
They're both on.
Can you explain?
Both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17. There's no objection to these?
Objection? Yes. Hell yes, there's an objection.
I don't know what they are. For a second, please.
My poor honey is answering me verbally, and it's like, can y'all hear him? He's quite funny. Yeah. See what I mean? Assume I'm live. Did y'all hear him? They didn't, did they? So there you go. I want to know this man. Okay, y'all didn't hear that one? Okay, we're good then. He see, the problem is my honey boo cannot um see when my mic is on or off because my body's blocking it. So they didn't hear you, boo. That time. I've had people say, we can hear him. Oh, y'all, no matter what you believe about that mama, having to get up on a stand and testify on behalf of a loved one, living or not living, is horrible. We can't hear him telling you sweet nothing. Are you telling me sweet nothings, honey? He's like, commenting back on the trial. He asked me a question, and I'm like, boo, you got to watch. And he's all like, what happened to John between the time that he thought he was laying in the street? He's not. He was laying on the yard at the curb of the street, 6 to 8 feet in from the street. But Gerald asked, so what happened? Okay, I'll have to go back and read it. I didn't see it yet. Let me go back. What happened to him all those hours? Okay, I'm looking. Are you talking about this one? Let me know, yes or no. And I'll let the mods. Haley Mouse took care of it. Thank you, Haley Mouse. You got it? All right. We are very careful in this chat. We are very polite with everybody. We do not.
I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt.
What?
On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight.
Okay, if it was an intentional name call, that is a timeout. However, sometimes we get autocorrections and things aren't said the way they were meant to. So if that was the case, we need you to make that correction. If it was intentional, then that's another problem.
It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon. They get into two cars and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact,
Where's my pencil?
despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense has already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. The removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Elena, not minimizing what she wrote. I just saw that. When I type in Elena and I type in the BON, it pops up for me as a prediction of bonehead. May or may not have been intentional. Just FYI. But no, if it wasn't intentional, then she needed to apologize. But it is
with regard
removed.
to the first clip, which is clip 4.
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
Then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection at sidebar.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
See, I don't like how he gets to. I can't hear well.
His mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
Wow.
Okay. So tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, conscience of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for conscience of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also conscience of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified. I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. It has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They can just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. that's overly prejudicial and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So so you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying to.
No, I
introduce
said
it.
you're,
But-
okay.
But I'm not objecting that it, at this point, that it shouldn't come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. May I clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one?
Yes, and give it to me.
Guys, today has been a very stressful filled day with a lot of behind the scenes drama. And I want to make a public apology to Elena if anything was offensive done. She is one of our fabulous people, and we love you dearly. And I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying sometimes things happen. But because you are a longtime viewer and we support you 100%, we did remove the comments and we do offer an official apology. We do not tolerate any name calling, any backstabbing, any gossiping or drama. With that, we love you. Thanks for your understandings and let's move forward.
So I can look at it, please.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Okay, they're going into chat. I think they're going to bring the jury in. I'm really struggling with these videos. I think these videos to me, the way they're being presented, the defense has no way to, they can't do anything. They just let them play. They can object to them, but it doesn't mean that they're going to win the objection. Maybe this will be a point for if she's found guilty or hung, maybe they can bring this up as a part of the appeal. I don't know.
Back to session, you may be seated.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. I don't know, but it was quite uncomfortable. I to Dedham upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
Okay, we got him up and going. Number 4.
Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thanks. You can take it.
Hi, stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Your Honor.
Stand. I don't recall. Is that the first time she said that?
Okay, proceed.
Stand.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Greeno, where do you work?
I work the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
He's in there, dude.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February.
Yes, Aaron, I understand that. You got to preserve it. I get it 100%, but I don't understand. I don't understand why she's allowing it.
This year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated?
Obviously, I'm here.
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office.
What does that mean?
Handling jobs when we're off, so filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time, your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through GrayKey? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with GrayKey, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only 2 fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the GrayKey PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because
Even
it
if
will
it's
show.
just, I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the GrayKey program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through GrayKey?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once GrayKey has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint, hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through GrayKey, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then an analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that GrayKey gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
So basically, it takes all the data from the phone, it compresses it into specific file tabs, such as internet searches, photos, cell phone calls, text, all of that, or apps or whatever. They don't do that. The actual program itself does that. Isn't that kind of altering some of that information? I don't know.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to, as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role. in the DA's office currently,
And how many years have you been in that role?
since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data, if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the Gray Key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the digital forensics laboratory, which is key card access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the Gray Key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally first.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Cellbrite program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into Gray Key, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We place on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through Gray Key, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. Oakey's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Sorry.
No problem, Aaron. Thank you so much for hopping in and saying, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Can you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just
I'm
ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the Gray Key progress
Yes, me
report
too, Aaron.
that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but,
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we can show the jury?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so
oh, okay.
switch to the top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
Yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says Gray Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Gray Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we had the passcode. This was the Gracie agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint? Print is.
Yep, it's down. So that the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has two, a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Gracie creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes.
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan,
Yes,
Trooper Proctor.
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and two others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gracie, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gracie wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
So let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful, or you plug it in and you try?
No, so on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. It tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
Okay.
Yeah, they do have an actual Gray Key that they can use, but it's not always as accurate. I get real quiet during this form of questioning because it is very technical and very heavy in data information. And I really prefer to sit and let you guys hear that so you guys can understand. And I have to take a test. Hoping it was due later, but it's not. The mother looks a little bit more upset today than she did before. She went on the stand, which is very understandable. I don't know what they're looking at, but boy, they are looking at something.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One,
Hey, K Swan.
one
How you
of
doing,
the
love?
partial
Thank you for joining.
part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir.
It's Miss Alicia.
Did you need a copy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have an extra copy of the phone? I'm going to show you 2 documents that actually, look at the first one. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original?
Yes, this is the first one. Yep.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20 somewhere.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back Exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes,
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction gray key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say we do essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a
Why
copy
not?
was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop, and said it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been extracted and then created into a PDF or a form that can be read. Can you print the entire file on paper if you'd like?
Yes, you could.
Would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it'd be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between two people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls, and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained, or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor,
Okay.
subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
So they're going to bring him back
You could just leave him right.
Thank you.
later. That's interesting. So they're going to split up his time. Oh, wait. That's the guy that they were going to bring back and forth 3 or 4 times, depending on. Okay, I remember him.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Yes, please.
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, Whitley. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkabog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
As a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about
Got
how
the
long it
weather
took you
in.
to get to 34 Fairview?
Okay, if I'm correct, I believe he is the guy. Please give me a good grade on this quiz. I believe he is the guy that picked up. Oh, God. That picked up the Karen Reed and took her in under a Section 12.
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before. We run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Park, who was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down. They were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point. No, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Carrie Roberts.
How did you know Carrie Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I recognized her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Okay. Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
And could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these two gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. She was. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
I mean, so it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice, warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that, we have a Section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital, and we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the Section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a Section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with two people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital, and that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
No.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not, or how long he could be out for?
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Was part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being, the conditions outside. We were trying to give her hope that, there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically, there's stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits. So I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And at that point, I understood who Ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little different?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
So break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection is sustained.
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection.
No, I'm going along.
You were there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV.
Are you sure about that, honey, for that? Are you sure about that for that area? Laws may be different for counties. Just curious.
Parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your,
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
Or at
your
least
station.
the Station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The Station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The Station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the Station 1 engine.
The Station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yep.
you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct, and civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Do you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was. Correct.
All right. When you got there, you learned, well, strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Okay, fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay, it's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you. Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple
I'm gonna
sclerosis,
object, Your
right?
Honor.
I want to see it, Saiba, please.
Okay. A lot of the same testimony. Oh, Karen Reed's getting up there. So they refused the headphones for Miss Karen Reed. They had asked for Miss Karen Reed to have headphones so she would not have to get up and go to sidebar because there is not a lot of room at sidebar. Just saying. Just saying. I'm Googling. Oh. This is hospitalization. Who can be admitted in the hospital under Section 12? Under Section 12A allows for an individual to be brought against his or her will to such hospital for evaluation. In Massachusetts, Let's see, Massachusetts. There are 3 possible legal statutes: Section 12, voluntary or conditional voluntary. Massachusetts Section 12, Chapter 123, general laws control the admission of an individual to a general or psychiatric hospital for a psychiatric evaluation. Okay, I'm not muted. And potentially treatment. It allows for the individual to be brought against his or her will to such hospital for the evaluation. Allows the individual to be admitted for a psychiatric unit for up to 3 business days against the individual's will or without individual's consent. There you go. There's the answer. In Massachusetts. I ain't lying. It's hard. If you noticed, I don't know if somebody had a word with this guy, Paul, here, because he's not glaring at Karen Reed anymore. I bet the lawyers had a little conversation. The lawyers had a little conversation with him because you can't do that, man. No, it doesn't bode well for him, for them to do that. Mama, you look a little better, but you still look pretty haggard for what you went through. You looked better yesterday, honey boo. I don't care if you like her or not. Doing what she just did was a very difficult thing. I just want to know why the dad isn't there. From my understanding, he did not believe that Karen Reed did it. I don't know, y'all. That's a lot. So we've got a little sidebar. We don't have anything in our Discord. Oh, hallelujah. We were, uh-oh.
It was a stabbing in a high school where this 16-year-old was severely injured on some Carmelo shit. Oh, all the person has to do is
Oh,
claim
whoa, whoa, whoa,
self-defense.
whoa, 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 whoa. Stop. I don't want to hear that coming out of your mouth. Let me find that. Let me see if I can find that. I don't like that guy. I didn't realize that was his channel. Because there was apparently a shooting. Oh, wow. Tens of thousands of Catholic and other persons wait in a long queue to see Pope open casket in the Vatican today. Should I say yesterday? So Saturday will be the funeral. And then immediately following the funeral, they will go straight into, I think, the conclave. If I'm correct in that. We're back. Yeah, they could have, because the timeline thing, if I was on the defense, the only questions I would ask her is, tell me about the timeline. Why did you think it was necessary? Why did you guys go through the timeline together? That's what I would have asked.
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Persists for a long time or
Persistent.
constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time?
My understanding.
All right. Now, When you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with a hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with a hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And
You're not part
you
of the
told her,
treating
in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside, correct?
I couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
All right. But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay. And you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Okay, so you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
Okay, so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No.
He keeps doing this,
that would be crazy,
and I love
wouldn't
it.
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed, had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't.
Thank you, Ronnie.
I don't know if it would be in their report.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
But after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have the fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Sarath and Merlaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
No.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
No.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's run report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, which, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did, I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What does primary impression mean?
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral/psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah. So that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety/emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure.
They should be ending
Actually,
between
if I can
now
just
and
get my
3:30.
glasses so that I can see. Thank you. Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Yay!
You
Dawn,
testified
thank you. I needed
on
to say
April
something during
21st
today.
of
Thank you so
2022
much.
before the grand jury.
Glad
Did you
you've been
not?
here.
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
So true.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
All right.
I'll be back.
And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Sorry about that. When I need a comfort break, they go to break, and I can't do anything about it. I apologize. You guys, when people have an illness like what she has, oh my gosh. Happy anniversary to you. Happy anniversary, dear Dawn. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your 3-month memberships. I greatly, greatly appreciate those who are members and all viewers. Thank you. Thank you so much. We currently have the 298 viewers between alternate jurors on X, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Oh, y'all. So, what do y'all think about today? She's really struggled inside with her illness, Ronnie. The care just isn't there for inmates. No, she would. And in fact, she would probably end up with a colostomy again. Yeah. She has had a colostomy. It was reversed and seems to be doing okay. Who's the dude walking around in the back? And where's Adrian Carney? Turtle Boy is not in there right now. I don't know why. Why isn't Turtle Boy in there?
It'll be short. I don't want to keep the folks there until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start right at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know and be very careful on your social media, okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please. Please follow me.
Okay, this comes from juror number 3, supposedly. Almost a year ago today, I was agonizing on what to wear, worried about what to do when I had to pee 12 times a day, wondering if I could stash snacks in my pocket and hope they wouldn't skip lunch. I had no idea what to expect. Hold on. And while it was a majority of this is a mute point, the night before anxiety is the same. It winds to the cop. It's wild to comprehend this is really happening again. Aaron Reed.
All right, so we're still in session.
Court is still in session. Please be seated. It's my fault.
All right, so I would like to move things along a little bit more expeditiously tomorrow. What would be very helpful to me, Mr. Brennan, are these clips. I haven't seen I haven't watched anything on television about any of these. Do you have them all in one compilation that I can look at in advance? If you don't, you don't.
I thought we had provided it to the court.
You can
We
get one
haven't.
to
We
her.
will. May I have a moment?
Sure. Is it 100 hours or something, or is it?
No, we sent a share file, but it's my oversight. We should have brought in a hard copy for you as well.
I don't know that I have a shared file. Is that?
Dropbox link on Monday that we sent,
all
but
right.
I can put it on a zip drive as I should have. And I can.
All right, because I couldn't open that. It needed an email and it didn't accept mine.
Didn't
That's what
realize
that
the
was.
court didn't have access. We will get a zip file and
All
we'll
right, you
give-
talk to Tori about it. Okay, Tori, you'll get it for me. All right.
the intention was that you'd have an advanced opportunity to look at them. I'll fix that failure.
All right. Have your associate talk with Tori.
I will.
All right. All right. Anything we need to know before tomorrow?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Yo. What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in love. Today was not a day of almost like being in love. Okay. Let's look at some of the stuff. I'm not going to go over too much. We had a lot of stuff that we didn't do. Carrie Roberts, I didn't write a lot of notes about her. I was dealing with some fire. So, but basically, actually, let me get to, I do have notes on her. Let me get to those because somebody sent me notes. Thank you very much because I was having a hard time. Okay, quick recap. Carrie Roberts, when they left the house, Karen Reed pointed out the taillight and asked, "Do you think I hit him?" Carrie said, "No, I don't think you hit him." The taillight itself, when you got closer, one of the metal shorts of the square on the piece of the metal was sticking out. I only remember that if someone walked by, their sleeve of jacket could hook on it or catch on it. I looked at it for under a minute and was close to being able to see damage. She was a passenger. Upper part of the taillight was damaged, was at the metal part was sticking out. I don't think you hit him. You hit something, but I don't think you hit him. Yeah, no kidding. She backed up into John's car. Karen Reed made the same comment to Carrie at the scene after they got there. The trip between John O'Keefe's and 34 Fairview was about 8 minutes. She noticed nothing wrong with his left side of his face, but right eye was huge and looked like something had happened to him. She went to Karen Reed to get off of him because she was going to do CPR. Carrie stated that she knew chest compressions was more important. Yeah, she took CPR from American Red Cross, which you guys, I don't disagree with people doing. They're a good place to learn it. She wrapped him with a blanket. The head was covered in snow. And it was not until she dug it out of the snow that she knew it was John. His blood was not running or gushing from the face. It was not moving, which means the heart wasn't pumping. Really, my queen. After the EMT got there, thank you, honey. After the EMT got there, Karen was running around and asking, did I hit him? And is he dead? She stated this twice. I struggle with that because I would think you would have said, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Basically, it's just she went over. Carrie, Jen, and their daughters visited Mr. O'Keefe, and Award one of Carrie's daughters asked to be dropped off at Michael Lank's home. His wife came out of the car to visit with Carrie. Defense team asked a bunch of questions, basically nailing her down on the tail light and some of the replacements. So we also had the Cellbrite data. That's kind of where we are right now. We hit 300. Woo! Thank you, X, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Thank you so much. So what I need to do is I have a doctor's appointment this afternoon, so we're going to go ahead and skedaddle so I can get changed. I still have pajama bottoms on. So I got to get changed, and I got to get some homework done today so I can be ready for y'all tomorrow. Pray tomorrow's a better day for everybody involved. So I want to say thank you. Oh, wait, we can't go. We got several things to do. Let me share this. I got to share something. We also got to do our drawings. So we got things to do. And there we go. I got volume up, but I don't have any sound. Do y'all hear sound? Fair Oaks. Sky 9 has been live on scene where 2 officers were among the victims shot after a traffic stop in Fair Oaks. Police say suspect is in custody. That's near San Antonio, if I'm not right. Is it? Okay, Swan, hold on. We got to do the drawings. We got to do the drawings. I got drawings everywhere to do. We need to do drawings, y'all. I'm trying to get them all up. The bingos. All right, guys, if you got a bingo, put bingo in the comment. I bingoed. Okay, let me get this up and we got some giveaway. We got some entries to try to draw for. I forgot. It's been. I will hopefully will get more than just a few hours sleep tonight. Hopefully I won't be rained on tonight. Good luck, everybody. We have 11 entries in this one. Hello, it's Brit. Congratulations. Jesse, congratulations. Uh-oh. Case one. See, Jesse, there you were. Okay, we got bingo. We only had 1 entry. It won't let me do the 1 entry, but it will. I know who did it, so I'll go ahead and give them that. I'll look back in the comments and find it. Congratulations, everybody, on the giveaway entry. Y'all have entries into the end of the month giveaway, which is coming up soon. It is coming real soon. So with that, Ronnie, hello, Haley Mouse. I would like to see if you can meet me in Discord. I'm going to call you. Don't run. I'm going to call you. I got a couple minutes. Didn't get a bingo today. That's okay. All right, guys. We will see y'all tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 o'clock my time. See you. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.